So yeah, I really want to jump into a game. Let's have a look at Blue Power Van again in game round 1. So let's spectate those guys. Or maybe we want to go for Pero because probably people would enjoy watching him play. All right, so there is 5 minutes delay on stream, guys. Agabo's Orc says everything seems fine for now. That's great. Happy for that. Let's see if my webcam works fine. I have this feeling that music might be too loud. Can just reduce the music really quick. All right. All right, so Pero playing his signature mono blue, Earthshaker, Prelex, CM, Skywrath Mage, and Rubik. Let's have a quick look at the players' deck lists. Blue Power Van playing a Mazzy X red-black with Bounty. So still aiming to go towards the Dark Blight and Radiance. I wasn't expecting people to do this because I think Econ got a huge nerf. But alright, he gets the bounty kill, he's going to get the pillage, and he's hitting the tower as he wants. Now, looking at Pero's hand though, the double at any cost is so good against black. Of course you don't want to play that in the lane where your Prelex is, but... Gonna try to stop the onslaught there. Bounty's gonna be redeploying, so Pero has to be expecting Bounty to drop in front of one of his heroes. And it does end up in front of the Earthshaker. Now Axe is gonna do a good job of cleaning this lane up unless Pero stops that. He does have the option of concussive shotting into something. Although since the ability costs 1, he's gonna be stuck with playing either Tower Barrage or at any cost. Now the 4 damage plus 3 is not enough for Axe though. Guess we'll find out how much he values his own creeps. But the Tower Barrage would clean Sarlab. There we go. Now he knows that Blue Power Van doesn't have any items, so he knows that this Axe is gonna die regardless. So after this sequence of abilities and plays, now I feel like Blue Power Van's best option is to just Berserker's Call and take the 3 damage to the tower. This mono blue list is not the typical list that I've seen him play, I don't think. Because he is playing the Prelex, Call the Reserves combo. And I feel like I could be wrong, but I feel like his mono blue deck was mostly more control-ish. Though this is a very control-ish list, if I'm honest. He's still playing the Heroescape, playing a Vanguard, interestingly. So I'm interested in seeing how Mazzy is going to play out in this game because I haven't actually seen Mazzy be played and constructed. Yeah, J Mauler only plays mono green, man. He's only played mono green since Artifact 1, so I don't think we're going to see him change anytime soon. Right, Rubik looking to stun those 2 guys. Mazzy's coming in, so there's for sure going to be one lane that doesn't have a hero for Blue Power Van. And I have to say that Pero's lanes, their towers are looking quite healthy for now. Now, Blue Power Van's deck is a very, or at least the hero composition is a very aggressive in terms of having heroes that want to hit the tower, Sorla and Troll. But it seems to be having, I mean, I don't want to call it an identity crisis, but it seems like he's working simultaneously towards getting tower gold and not getting tower gold, getting gold for items for Mazzy and going for those late game items, as well as hitting the tower. And I feel like generally trying to do both at the same time is not a good idea. But we'll see how it works out for him. Right, Rubik showing here why he's such a powerful hero. Round 3 is always tough against Rubik, always. The reach that he has over the boards and just the potential to outright, dominate a lane. Even though he doesn't hit the tower very hard, we see him here dropping the Magic King Maul. The Magic King Maul, I think, is a card that is really, really valuable. In the last patch, it still retained this price of 10. Enchantments are very powerful in Artifact 2. So I think we're going to see most decks that are successful run some sort of a tower enchantment removal, and Maul is certainly at the premium there. I've seen some players also theorize that Midas is like one of the best items in the game now. I think the overall value of gold seems to have decreased, and since Midas also retained this value, it seems like it might be correct to go towards Midas to reach a higher quantity of items throughout the game. But it's still very early stage, so can't really know for sure. All right, Axe gets lucky. He's going to be able to kill that Skyrath. To be fair, there was a 25% chance. If Pero wants to go on that lane, there's a 25% chance he won't be able to make it. And Blue Power Van places the Sorla next to him to make sure that the path is clear as well. Hey Rashid, is that a Valencia shirt? No, this is a Benfica shirt, man. It's a Benfica shirt. It's not Valencia. Boom. Call the reserves, comboing with Prelix, one of the strongest combos you can make in blue, either with Prelix or with Kana. Now there's still the option of frostbiting the Sorla or the Axe, so he could potentially still kill one of those. And I presume we're going to see the Midas Greaves coming down either on Prelix or on Rubik. Huh. So Blue Power Red pulls out the no hesitation to guarantee that his heroes don't die before killing the creeps. He's gotta be feeling a bit bad about that though. Like, this tower is at 40 HP. He's using resources just to try to keep his heroes on the table, but the fact of the matter is they're gonna die. If they don't die now, they're gonna die next round. And I'm not sure it makes a huge difference. All right. Didn't see that one. So pulls out the Culling Blade, the newly renewed Culling Blade. And that troll's hitting pretty hard now. Determined Greevil, one of the more annoying cards. T says Pero has the column counter mono blue right now. Yeah, okay. I don't think column is that strong. I'm not even sure that Blue Power Van is playing the column. I don't know, man. Column is great against blue, but it's a defensive card. So I'm not always sure. I'm not sure that that's always what decks are really looking forward to having. I think what you want to be doing is pressuring them more. And I'm not sure if defensive options are the best. But we'll see. Blue is definitely slowly taking over. I think all the patches that we've seen so far have been favoring blue. All right, that's a very strong play. Rubik was going to have telekinesis next round. And he kind of almost guarantees he's going to get this lane. To be fair, there are two heroes coming in, but still. You know, suddenly Blue Power Van is doing a lot of damage. I guess this Earthshaker is looking like a beast too, though. Ooh, double objective vision, wow, okay. Now, something that red and black struggle to do is indeed getting rid of modifications. So unless he's got a nullifier, which he doesn't, I don't think he's got any way of getting rid of this. Unless I'm forgetting something, but I don't think so. So this Earthshaker is going to be Pero's way to victory right now. He's still holding on to these double at any cost. This mana short is going to be able to deal a lot of damage, but do notice that it's not piercing, so it's going to still be hard to kill that Mazzy. And the initiative on Blue Power Van's side, if he wants to deploy a hero, he's going to have to do it in these two slots. But he's opting to fight on the right. Does he play Annihilations? Yes, he does. So let's see what he draws here. Spellsteal. Spellsteal is a very good late game, as it's good in basically in every stage of the game, but of course once the opponent can threaten bigger spells, it becomes also equally strong. Team fight, raid. Now we're gonna see X trades. You know, this Skyrat's gonna have to do a lot of work to get rid of this Mazzy. Because 7+3, there's still not gonna be enough to kill Mazzy. What does the item do? Disarm each unique binding. Alright. Thanks for the follow, dudes. I'm gonna put this up here. Mute 1634. Thanks for the follow. I wanted to spend some more time reworking my OBS scenes, but the game's still in beta, so. Alright, so Earthshaker guarantees mid. The question to me is he gonna try to go for Ancient? He is doing a lot of damage on the right, and Blue Power Van just lost all of his heroes while I was not paying attention. So, alright, they enter the fray, guarantees the tower, and takes initiative. I just don't see how he's going to be able to jump 2 towers, 2 lanes. Now combat happens first here. Both players get a blink scroll. In fact, Earthshaker is doing more damage right now than Mazzy is. So Blue Power Van is in a really tough spot right now. I think placing Rubik mid is good, because he knows that there is no Spring the Trap. So this guarantees that even if he team fights, he could potentially just stun a lot of the units. Not all of them though, but there's the option of blinking into team fight on the right. But of course Rubik's gonna prevent that. So the game's just gonna end with Pero taking the win. All right. So since we only had 20 players and Pero had or both of these players had a bye in round 1, if you will, basically what happens now is that Pero is straight into top 8. All right, so just give me a sec to see if someone's missing an opponent. Right, T1 versus the NS Saber. So that means T and Pero are in the top 8 right now. Let's watch MeetYourMaker and NiqNaq. I want to see what those guys are doing. Cheating Death. Wow. What year is it? 2018? Just kidding. Very complicated board state. So let's have a look at what these guys have to offer. OD, Earthshaker, Anshu, Drow, Rubik versus Lich, LC, Tide, Axe, and PA. Here comes the Chain Thrust. Not quite enough to get rid of both heroes. Seems like Rubik stunned some stuff over here. Not clear to me if these items have been added to the deck, like because you actually want to reach them, or if it's just to fill up these slots. But I would have to guess in such scenarios that red-black is the aggressive deck. Now this tower is down to 10, but this one's down to 16, and it's going to be going down to 11, it looks like. Ravage doesn't hit the homunculus here. Ooh, Culling Blade. So NiqNaq is putting some decent damage on here. Unfortunately for MeetYourMaker, he doesn't have any additional items, so he's not going to be able to just finish this lane up right now. And he doesn't have any heroes coming in, so... All right. Here comes the coup. That was a Rubik stolen coup. It looks obnoxious coup with blue. This is blasphemy. Coup de grace with a blue frame. Alright, redeploys the Rubik. Homunculus is such a strong card. So the way that I'm assessing this game right now, it looks like NiqNaq's in a good position. He's putting pressure on all 3 towers, and even though his left lane is close to dying, his other 2 towers are pretty safe. Saves the creep. So initiative on MeetYourMaker's side. This Culling Blade is ephemeral, so it's going to disappear. He's up to 45 gold though, so this could mean big item time. Silver Edge would be good for him. I do notice there's a Defenestrating Ogre in NiqNaq's hand that might be big against Ravage. or PA. Also notice how this PA has already got a Martrit's dagger, so he's actually generating decent gold volumes. And he's going to be able to draw a card this round with the sacrifice ability as well. He might even want to sacrifice that LC if he wants to later redeploy him. But as it stands, NiqNaq is threatening lethal on both the mid tower and the right tower. So MeetYourMaker, I think, doesn't have any good viable options of trying to go for a kill here. So he should be focusing on trying to survive. And out comes the gank with a quick strike. PA doesn't even get return damage. That does trigger the Tidehunter as well. What it doesn't do though is save mid lane. So he might be focusing on trying to save right lane. He does still have 3 no hesitations, so if he wants to no hesitate here, he could still potentially blink over here, or blink from here to here. Also, Chain Frost in this lane would be really good. He can still go up to 7 mana via sacrifice, so he's got a bunch of options. Astral Imprisonment comes out, he's scared of red from the mid lane. Personally, I think I would be more scared of the of black because of the Chain Frost. We'll see. I presume we're going to be seeing MeetYourMaker just abandon mid lane. Right, so Peripero confirming that there was indeed the blue anti-unbreakable column deck. Oh, that's ballsy. The ogre coming down to bounce a creep is very ballsy. He's got 2 mana, so he can't really put another creep down to get lethal on that tower. I'm surprised to see the ogre come down. Damn, I should have played the counter rush deck instead. You could, I don't know if you won, but you can still change decks. I probably should keep up with results actually. So yeah, things are progressing. A couple of results more. So yeah, LC comes down. I guess he used the no hesitation, did he? All right, he did indeed. Protects mid. Ooh, the siege though. The red mist maul. For NiqNaq, that's gonna guarantee him pretty much the game, it feels like. I don't know how you kill a 5/15 homunculus. Is he playing Slays? I honestly feel like Slay is a very underrated card. And also one of the reasons why I think Mirana might be a slightly underrated hero too. I have been trying Mirana out in my own decks, but still have not reached a decent list. So if there was a way for MeetYourMaker to swap this Tidehunter onto mid, he could ravage the whole lane. Does he play Phase Boots? No, he doesn't. Yeah, so unfortunate for him. But X might just be what he needed here. NiqNaq redirecting back towards left as he sees that MeetYourMaker abandons it. It's really unfortunate for Maker here that that he's had to keep going and committing onto mid lane, because now he's got 3 heroes stranded there. He's not even close to ending the tower, but he might do well to ravage here. I mean, Red Mist Maul is going to be lethal on right. Of course, depending what he's got, he could have, I imagine he's playing Raid. So, unfortunately, he doesn't have any items. But if he ravages, Tidehunter will kill this. He could drop another creep. That would be 12 damage. If he kills this, that's 13 damage. He's still missing about 10 damage, unfortunately. Okay, so cleaning up the creeps, even though he got unlucky in that the Earthshaker is still alive. The Earthshaker can drop Broadsword, but it doesn't have any blue cards. Yeah, and this little creep is still dealing damage here, so he's gonna have to block this. He's gonna lose right no matter what now. And he's still holding on to that Ravage. I think you gotta drop the Broadsword here because there's no mana, no items, and Broadsword represents 6 damage, so it's gonna be going up to 9, which means 2 hits, and there's gonna be a Telekinesis stun coming in. It seems he valued having initiative higher than that. So this became interesting now. He's got 62 gold. Rubik can stun this whole lane up though, and that's probably why he was valuing the initiative so highly. If he just swaps Tide with this creep, he's gonna have mid lane completely stunned. Are there any Jasper daggers here? No Jasper daggers. He does have Relentless Pursuit in the deck. So unless he's played that before and we don't have it registered here, he might be stuck. In any case, even with the stun, he still needs to push damage through, which he can achieve with the Red Mist Maul. And since everything's blocked, there won't be a chance for Relentless Pursuing here. No Gusts. Stunning with Telekinesis into Gust would be just game ending. Right, so we'll see preventing the complete blockage of this tower. I didn't notice that LC was coming in. He's got the duel. So multiple options still here for NiqNaq. The Defenestrating Ogre bounce here could mean 7... Oh, I forgot there's an Homunculus. Alright. Alright, that's just game over, right? He could have played it here too. I think he would have had a similar outcome. He could still drop Broadsword and Red Mist Maul, so that would mean 11 plus 8. So the fact he plays this probably means he doesn't have a Relentless. But he can still go up to 4 mana, draw cards. If he gets lucky, he can still block this. That would be kind of insane. Oh, he can still do it. He did get the Silver Edge. The cheating death. Wow. Looking for that Relentless. Is that the end of it? If it wasn't for the stun though, this could have been a draw. I think the fact that he's taking so long means he's struggling here. There's still the option of blinking here for NiqNaq, so draw could come mid potentially too. He does have the Relentless, wow. I'm not sure about that though, because if you do have Relentless, I'm not sure if you use Silver Edge. But of course, Anshu and OD coming in could represent kill there. But he does have a bunch of cards, and we haven't seen a raid yet. We have seen a no hesitation, but good. It's a good odd that he could just raid into the win. Raid does add siege, let's not forget. Right lane is going to be the first lane as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a red mist mall come down here to make sure this goes above 20. Is he looking to blink? He might be looking to blink. Oh, he's trying to prevent the Silver Edge. But I think if MeetYourMaker wanted the Silver Edge here, I think he would have done it already. So I think I would have preferred to see the red mist mall here just to threaten the 2-hit. Would achieve the same effect as dropping the broadsword, except it would mean lethal here. But of course he's got 2 deploys versus the 1 LC, so it's not completely clear exactly what that means. In the meantime, _winning. So let's report that. That's our 3rd top 8 slots. Oh, I got the visual bug now. I'm surprised to see NiqNaq going mids. He's valuing killing the PA really highly, but it gives initiative back to MeetYourMaker. So I don't know. Because there is the Ravage, let's not forget that. And he's gonna be stuck. Well, he's not stuck out of blue. He does have this. He might be looking into dropping him or Astral. I mean, I don't know what that would achieve, but there's a few options. Now, the problem with doing this... Oh, I did the math wrong before. I thought Drow would trade, so now he has to use the Silver Edge, though. He should have astraled before. He would have won the game. If NiqNaq astrals before he does anything else, he takes the game. But at least he gets initiative back now, so he could still astral the Ravage. J Moller progressing as well. 4th top later. I'm surprised if we see Anshu going left, because she's not really threatening lethal on the tower anymore. I mean, you could drop broadsword on her, but you're still missing damage. He did miss lethal last round, I think, so let's see if he's not gonna pay dearly for it. Raid would end the game right now. If he doesn't astral the PA, Raid could end the game. If he's gonna go for the Ravage, he could just insta-lose. The fact that he doesn't just snap Raid means that he doesn't have it, I think. Also, no items in hand for MeetYourMaker, unless sometimes there's a visual bug on Spectate, but there's a bunch of visual bugs. We also have like this highlight in the middle. Okay, no raid. Still not lethal, and the him comes out, so everything comes back in. Wait, where does this stun come from? Oh, from the Earthshaker. I did not know that Earthshaker would stun everything with him. Okay. What? Always learning these small interactions in Artifact. So yeah, NiqNaq taking it down. He's gonna be the 5th top 8 player, I believe. That was close, man. That was close. But GG. So NiqNaq's gonna be playing Pero. We're still waiting on Kova and Cold War Kid. Let me see. Wayfarer won as well. So that's our next top 8 player. And I think we'll have a look at the last games. See if Kova's around. Building a deck. What's going on here? All right, so Kova won, in fact. And that makes Gatsu versus Ethnic Smoke the last theoretical match. Oh, Gatsu won, so we can progress that as well. So games from now on, games are best of 3. So let's put the bracket up for you guys to see. So we've got NiqNaq versus Pero, Kova versus Gatsu, Wayfarer versus Underscore, J Maller versus T. I would ask you guys what you want to watch, but there is delay. So who have we not seen? Let's see J Maller, because he won the last tournament. So I think it would be nice to respect the winner in game round 2. Of course, playing mono blue. Oh my god. Mono blue. What am I saying? Mono green. Wow. So it's the second or third blue green list I've seen. I have been spanked by a similar list to this one. It seems like Kana is making a big return. She was one of the best heroes when I first got into the beta. I'm really interested in looking at the items. Ring of Basilius, I think, one of the remaining 10 gold items. I think in this deck, you know, for Kana decks, to fight those Tide Hunters and so on, probably a very good choice. Broadsword, Necronomicon with Kana, also amazingly strong. Since her change, you can even get the pings to come out. Warhorn, Heroescape, and J Mauler going with the Vanguard OS. So Vanguard seems very popular, I'm surprised. Wingfall Hammer, much more expensive than it used to be in Silver Edge. This is a very strong combo, Lycan and Kana. Now, it seems like there's going to be a trade here. No items for T in hand. J Mauler trying to get rid of this pesky Veno. It does have the Holy Persuasion, so... Of course, the creep, the Venom Ward gets buffed, so it becomes much, much stronger. Not only does the Feeble become less relevant, but it's pretty good at fighting other Venom Wards, and Chen heals it back. So, looks like this game is going to be interesting. Green, for the most part, does what it does in all the lanes. But we're going to be seeing T really focusing on pushing damage wherever Kana is and trying to stall wherever Veno is. So it's kind of a different dynamic in terms of what happens in each lane in this green-blue deck. The Corpse Horde. So one of the main reasons why people started playing around with green-blue was indeed this Corpse Horde. Trifa, thanks for the follow, man. J Mauler's got to be thinking a lot because he's got a bunch of options. Creeps, intimidations, hymns. I don't see him wanting to intimidate anything, but he really wanted to kill this Kana. And that's not going to do it, but at least he's got an infinite blocker there. Look at that. Transforming a melee creep into a 5/1. So it really feels like a lot of the items need more gold cost tweaking because, especially in the higher tiers, like, I don't know, I'm really curious. We already saw the silver edge, I guess. I'm really curious as to whether anyone is going to reach those big 50 gold items. Khan is so dominant right now. And she looks so good with that Corpse Horde, man. She just blows stuff out now. That lane is looking so good for T. I don't think he even cares that Khan is dying anymore because he's putting lethal on it. Lycan's getting transformed. So Kana dying and him having a potential blink for whatever is going to be really nice. But on the other hand, J Mauler has done a great job of just ending right lane. So either an Annihilation or a big Echo Slam comes out, or there's no way to deal with right lane. So that's going to be the big question now, is does that Vano bring an Annihilation with it? Oh, Bracers. Haven't seen that one in a while. So prevents the lethal, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Any creep that comes down is going to probably put enough damage on there, and J Mauler's completely out of mana, so he gave everything to prevent that. You can still... oh no, you can't actually. So that's going to be just enough to get the lethal. He loses initiative though. And that could be huge, because now if he wants to annihilate right lane, there's a possibility of intimidation. There's also potentially the ability to Ramask Blessing, but of course that doesn't do anything against Annihilation, and in this specific case it also doesn't do anything against Echo Slam because the lane's full. Hey Hex Medusa, yes, I will publish the deck lists on Twitter again, yeah. If the players share them with me. Right, Venom gets his arm. Let's see if we're going to see the Intimidation come out to guarantee right lane. I think he has to do it, it's too risky. Right, so he does guarantee that. He brings Venom back to the lane that he already lost, because obviously the fight's going to be in mid from now on. Interestingly, the Omni and the Chen going left lane kind of means that J Mauler is even potentially looking at taking over the left lane. Which is fair enough. There's a really nice Hound to steal right there. He does have Necro, he does have Ramask, he does have Ramask Blessing and Ramask Redeemer, so a lot of options. Thanks for the follow, Hex. A lot of options to keep the Chen alive. Oh, Didn't see he was playing that. That's a big one. That is a huge one. He can stall this lane now, and to me, the fact that he makes this play makes me really think that there's going to be an annihilation there. If you don't have a follow-up Echo Slam or a follow-up annihilation, I don't think you make that play. So T's got to read into that. And notice how J Muller doesn't have a silence, he doesn't have a gust. Lycan going to the right. That does open the path for a lot of damage on the left though, 10 damage. So T doing a good job of manipulating around the lanes. Are there deck lists for the tournament anywhere? Not yet, so I'll post them at the end of the tournament. I'll just ask the players that top 8'd to provide me deck lists and I'll post them. Or at least top 4. Alright, so Bracers coming back down. Initiative on T's side now. So we'll see if he feels comfortable just letting Veno chump block forever, or if he's really planning on Echo Slamming there. I feel like if he's got an Echo Slam, he's got to take it. And we might see Kana come down mid. We'll see. There's a lot of options. There's the annihilation. Now there are no heroes coming down for J Muller next round, so he's pretty safe on the right. But it does look like after he moved away from left that now he's gonna be probably losing that tower. And Kana's here, so that could mean a lot of damage. Down comes the hammer. It still hits pretty hard. Nothing's changed there. So lethal on here. This is a 3-hit to kill the Ancient, and this 13 meets also it's a 3-hit to kill this tower. But I like J Muller's position right now. Unless that Earthshaker comes down with an annihilation as well, I think he could easily be looking at taking left or just retaking right. Mono green is very good at stalling. So what can T do with 2 mana? Homunculus, Vol Martyr. He's got to be doing math to see if he can flip Lycan, but I don't think he could. I guess if he drops Homunculus, he could. It would be a huge Homunculus on that Anshu if he has one. And that would flip Lycan, wouldn't it? 10, 12, 15. Yeah. He might be trying to bait Muller into using some more mana. Yeah, if you guys are looking for deck lists, it's on Artifact Lists. My personal Twitter is 9armada, but I normally post, I have a second account to post deck lists. So this is a best of 3. I was just picking this up to confirm if this was already top 8. It is already top 8, so this is going to be a best of 3, and players can change decks if they feel like the matchup wasn't very favorable to them. To be fair, this is feeling like a very... it's looking like a balanced matchup. I'm still liking Jay Muller's position here, but at the same time, I feel like T's deck could like scrap a kill out of nothing. The Ogre on the Anshu, that's huge. That's gonna flip the Lycan, most likely. There we go. That represents 19 damage. There is him that would bring back 2 heroes. There's a couple of chop blockers. Romusk Redeemer in particular is a nice one. However, because of the presence of Corpse Horde, it means that every creep has trample. Or actually every ally. Excuse me. Alright, Chen's gonna change stuff here though. Alright. He uses the Kana cards to prevent Chen from stealing a big creep. The steal can still occur, of course. But now he's trampling for... this cannot be correct. So this is absorbing 7 damage, this should be 13. Oh, it's a regen from Wingfall Hammer. Okay, so 7 plus 4, 11, that explains the -9. So it somewhat feels like T is still struggling. He can get a melee creep with a Earthshaker if he's looking to use the Fissure. Can T drop something to trample? Or what does he have? Another Romusk Blessing coming out. So every time this happens, Echo Slam just gets worse. Echo Slam doesn't even kill half the board right now, it kills a couple of creeps. So essentially there's one annihilation in the deck if he needs to reset the lane. This is going to be one of these games where the 5-slot limit is actually super huge because none of the players is able to go wide. And because of that, it just probably means that mono green is able to go longer, right? He's got the Wingfall Hammer, he's got the Chen regen, he's got the armor from Tree. It's going to be an impossible wall to climb at some point, right? So we might see Jay Mulder now redirect to the right to try to take those 10 final points of damage. I don't think there's value into going left. So going with 2 heroes on the right would make sense to me. And he's done a good job of preventing mid lane from taking damage. He's bouncing the Chen, wow. Oh, he wants the kill, he wants a double kill. That's some amazing braces right there. So this is the round of 8. So quarterfinals, guys. This is the first quarterfinals we're watching. Game 1, I believe. So we're going to be following the other quarterfinal matches after this, and then we'll progress to semis and we'll see how the finals go. Probably another couple of hours of Artifact 2, if you're enjoying it. Hopefully you are. Maybe I can get one of the players who drops to come and comment the rest of the tournament with me. You know, I feel like I just look a bit to the side and things change dramatically. So the bracers killed the two heroes, and there was a him here for sure, no? Screeching Harpy. There must have been a him, right? No, those two heroes were dead. I have no idea what happened here. Oh my god, is he gonna take right lane? I don't know what the hell happened there, but he's now gonna need to still defend mid. So I don't know. There's a big Chen coming in. There's a big Anshu coming in. Well, Anshu is not hitting that hard, but Chen is, I think. 7 plus the 4 on the sides. They would take left. So there's a lot of work to be done here for T now. The braces as a sacrifice for J-Mauler were actually just super huge. Can he repel the Kana? Yes, he can. He can repel the corpse hordes with repel. So it's looking like J-Mauler's game to take right now. Venomancer coming in. Right, there is a Wingfall Hammer, so that's going to mean he can still put lethal on the left, if nothing else. So yeah, J-Mauler is just trying to make T work for it before dropping the Wingfall Hammer. It's pretty safe because not having red or black for raiding means none of these guys can actually push towards combat before it actually happens. So we're going to be seeing combat direction decide another match. You guys let me know what you think about that. Because this is something that I just don't like. Anyway, it's been a good game. Both players pushing really hard. It came down to mid. T couldn't make it happen despite the Kana and the Lycan, and both players putting lethal on their side lanes. River deciding the game. So GG for Mauler. That's the first of 3. So we will follow. Let's see if T decides to change decks. Let me know what you guys think about that swinging combat direction. All right, seems like underscore won the first game. I want to see. I think Wayfarer doesn't know that it's best of 3. I hope he didn't leave. Did he leave? Oh shit. I'm under the impression that Wayfarer left because he lost the first game. In any case, we're going to be watching J Muller and T again. So let's watch the game from T's side this time around. Right, so certainly we're seeing a lot of blue, right? We've seen mono blue, we've seen mono green and green blue. We've seen red black. Yeah, I think we saw mono red, didn't we? No, that was red black, the Mazzy one. Yeah. So if you like econ disappeared, we're gonna need to see people reinvent econ. Players taking a while, so I wonder if there's any deck changes being implemented. There we go. T switching it up to red black. I'll bet $100 that J Muller did not switch decks. There we go. So I'm gonna leave you guys to it for a sec. I'll be right back. How are we looking, boys? There will be a ton of draws if the lanes hit combat simultaneously. Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's just a shame to see... How do I put this? It's a shame to see like a high rank or like a match between good players be decided that way, if you will. But there is skill to it, of course. Anyway, let's have a look at this. So T making the switch towards red-black. Oh, his hand is... Wow. The triple no hesitation into the raid could mean a lot of damage, but he needs to set up the lanes properly. If this was with the older rules, that means he could triple no hesitate a lane. But as it stands, he can only push combat once per round. So I see the Drow has the overgrowth, the Ironwood Heart. It's going to be becoming really big. Omni alone on the right. And despite the Mirana jumping into mid, it feels like T is not going to be able to push a lot of damage there. There is the Holy Persuasion, so I think we're going to be seeing a creep trade, and that could trade with the Mirana, in fact. There we go. So he pushes for it. I realize he doesn't have many options right now. Bit unlucky. He has spent a lot of cards as well, so right now it seems like he's losing in card advantage and not necessarily getting a lot of board presence as he'd like. Also at the stand, he's not getting any gold from creeps right now. He's getting the 5 gold from this Midas creeps, so maybe he gets an item. I feel like he's going to be needing items. Yeah. So he really, really needs some damage on that axe to swipe the lane. Bounty going in front of Drow is not enough to kill her, even with the track bonus. It feels like T is just completely abandoning right lane. And Anshu comes down in the correct spot as well. So we'll see the Broadsword can come down, but there is the option of J Mauler pushing that axe out of the way, or just gusting him. Bunch of options for him to make sure that he takes that lane. And I don't think he would mind too much if he's got an intimidation. He can push axe in front of the Chen, and it doesn't matter too much because he's going to get home field advantage next round as well. And the assault ladders just isn't going to do much. So I'm wondering, yeah, I'm really wondering if this deck switch is going to serve T properly. He goes for it. He doesn't want to get intimidated, but now the X is trading, so feels like an unfortunate sequence of events for T here. I don't see what it can do, because if nothing happens, J Moller is winning this. So J Moller doesn't need to move, and T doesn't have good options right now. I think despite everything, going for the broadsword and axe might have been the correct play. He could go for the kill on the drow, at least prevent her from growing further, but yeah, his deck is relatively low to the ground, based on Path of the Cunnings and cheap spells. A very unfortunate hand for him. And again, he's trying to figure out what the best move is, but there is no good play here. He's going for the damage in mid, but his left lane is going to be completely swiped. Drow lives. And he's got the Mirana coming in without the leap. The saving grace for him, though, is that once this happens, J Moller is going to have 3 heroes stuck here, so he could potentially then later on redeploy and try to fight for the right, because Omni isn't doing that much damage. But again, we can still see a bunch of creeps coming down. J Moller isn't playing any choirs anymore. Selfish Cleric, Turpin, Harpy. I really like this play. Making sure that this creep dies means that this Tide's gonna get punished for dropping the broadsword. My god, J Moller is just making short work of T's red-black. Right, underscore taking the win here. Okay, I need to move this out of the way. There we have disarmed Tide Hunter. So this lane just took a huge turn, looking much better for J Moller now. And this lane was the lane where T was doing something. Escape route teamfight could present something here. Mirana is going for the trade on Drow. Do bear in mind when this Drow comes back, it's gonna be super tough to kill. If he's got a creep to kill Anshu, though, you could still save Drow. Okay, or that. That is, yeah, she's definitely not leaving the battlefield now. All right, big team fight for T here. Getting unlucky on the bounty drop. He would have wished it to come here. Why is everything stunned? Did he ravage? He did ravage, didn't he? Yeah. So he actually had multiple options to saving Drow. He felt like he really needed the Vanguard there. Kind of feel like the Vanguard, if he could save it with the Terrapin anyway, maybe having the Vanguard on the Chen would have been better applied, but you know, the power of hindsight. So what does this mean for T? This team fight was actually huge for him, because now he can no hesitate here, use a blink to contest whatever other lane he wants, and he does have the escape route. So all of a sudden he's actually got like decent options. Broadsword on the X again could be good here. I respect the no hesitation though, like he kills the Chen, finally prevents J Mauler from saving it, but he is taking lethal on the left. And he's only got one hero to play for next round. And he didn't take the tower, so of course it was very risky to drop the broadsword, but again, it's the second time in the game where he refuses to drop the broadsword on X for fear of getting him pushed away. All right, so what can he do here? I feel like you want to drop Miran in mid. She's gonna get disarmed if he deploys like this. But I do feel like the Mirana should go mid so that she can then bounce away wherever he wants. He feels like he prefers to redeploy the Tide. But he's in dire straits now. He can broadsword the axe finally without opposition. No hesitate, blink elsewhere, but again, he's gonna leave J Mauler full of mana and full of options. And again, green does what green does, but okay. I feel like you want to drop the broadsword before you do this, but I guess it doesn't matter. Goes for the chump block. Is this going to be enough? Any creep here is going to be tough. The Slay doesn't kill this. If he redeploys on top of this though, then the Slay becomes good. That's just going to be game. I think he had to drop the broadsword into no hesitation. He would lose 2 mana, of course, but then he would have a blink. He would never have a lot of mana to work with, but it was in a bad starting position either way. All right. Ooh, I didn't do the math on that one. That seems to be enough. So he gets an extra round. And right is going to be the first lane of combat. All right, so many options for green though. Pushing enemies away is such a strong tool in the late game. And I think that's going to spell defeat for T. And we're going to see J Mauler progress onto the semifinals. GG, boys. So let's have a look at how this bracket's looking right now. Underscore is going to meet Jay Moller. I think we might want to watch that, but we'll try to finish. We'll try to watch the other quarterfinal games before we move on to that one. So Kova versus Gatsu, we haven't seen any of these players, although NiqNaq versus Pero would be a cool game to watch. Let's try to watch these guys because it's nice to watch less known players. Not sure which game they're on, but that's a lot of cards. Round 7. Okay, all towers up for both players. This is green-red for green-blue for Kova, sorry, and blue-red for Gatsu here. Vestures, huh? So similar list to what we've seen before, blue-green going for the Corpse Horde. No Lycan though. This is a 4 blue, 1 green list. Also playing Birds of Paradox and some... I was gonna say some mana ramp, but no, just the Birds of Paradox. And blue playing 1 Annihilation double team fight as late game. Spirit Swordman, Unbreakable Column. Right, Arcbolt is really good against Kana, or could be at least. Alright, so Gatsu putting a lot of pressure on the left lane. There is a Luna coming in for Kova. And both of those players are actually quite low. Oh my god. You don't want to fool around with that. Unbreakable Column is going to trigger that. And it's going to kill everything. Boom. Mjolnir. So all of a sudden this Tide's a beast. And he's putting decent damage on both mid and left lane. So Kova's has got some work to do here. Initiative for him though, with the telekinesis. And he's up to 26 gold too. Gatsu looking to stall a little bit. Deploying on top of the Venom Ward, huh. That's interesting. Anshu Bracer seems to be a recurring theme today. Looks like it's working out. Gatsu does have a Spirit Swordsman. And the Mjolnir on the Tide means that Kova is gonna avoid these slots here like the plague. Annihilation in Gatsu's hand though. Ooh, that could be enough to pop the Annihilation. Huh. You might drop the Soul Venom in that case. There's still telekinesis. It feels like Kova's reluctant to use telekinesis, right? So a few options for Gatsu here. The Stonehall Constrictor here could mean that he's gonna get some cheap creeps. The Swordsman, the Cripplers, that's basically it. Would love to know how many charges are on the lunar on the eclipses. So mid lane very similar in terms of HPs, or exactly the same in terms of HPs, but that tide's just dominating the lane. Right lane seems very close right now. And I feel like it's not going to be too hard for Gatsu to threaten this left lane. He does have double no hesitation in his deck. And Bristol is really good against Eclipses, but this is not going to be enough to kill Luna. She's too beefy. These Necronomicon fights are going to be something that I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of in the next weeks. Kova does have also the option of annihilating, playing a couple of copies. Yeah. So Gatsu didn't want to pull the trigger last round, but he says that's enough right now. And I wonder if we're going to see the exact same here. There is a Ravage. But even if he Ravages, you know, if this doesn't get blown up, even if he Ravages, there's still not enough damage on the tower. And let's not forget there is an unbreakable column on the tide, so effectively denying that Eclipse. Yeah, so Bristle returns some damage, not enough to kill. And of course the unbreakable column, meaning that the Eclipse had to be played on the left, if anywhere. Now dropping the Hellbear here would signify lethal for Kova's mid tower, but I'm not sure if he's really gonna need to do that. Right, we're gonna see some Warhorn cycling there. Trying to push some more tower more tower damage next round, if possible. All right. With the Zeus coming in though and initiative, it means that if a Warhorn gets dropped, these creeps can be cleaned up nicely. He doesn't have much in terms of blue options right now though. Broadsword coming down. He's got a Vanguard and a Necronomicon, I think, in hand. Okay, it looks like he might be looking to try and kill that Luna. It's not going to be enough though. Alright, so if he drops like a Hellbear Crippler here, he can guarantee this lane and kill the Venom. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. This does mean that the Venom doesn't die from the Mjolnir triggers. Oh, it does? Okay, the trigger happens before the units actually leave the table. I did not know that. So, like, very good no hesitation. Guarantees the tower, guarantees the kill, and now we can push the Tithe Hunter threat elsewhere. I have to assume that Tide's gonna go left, if anywhere. Plus, it would make the lane Eclipse proof too. Yeah, that's an opportunity lost. I feel like instead of going for the Sylvenom, you gotta get that unbreakable column onto He can still threaten a bunch of tower damage though. And I think that's the second eclipse coming out. So Gatsu looking good right now. We're gonna see the Spirit Swordsman come over to the left too. If he blinks over here, now he's gonna be able to swipe this clean, regardless of where it goes. I think the Luna has a decent chance of dying. I think we're gonna still see the Warhorn. Yep. So if Tide comes over here, he drops the Hellbear, he can kill the Luna, and the Mjolnir trigger will make sure that he sweeps the lane. There is a Rui coming in with telekinesis. He stubbornly refused to use that before. But two heroes coming in for Gatsu, so I like where Gatsu's standing right now. Coming onto mid positions the Ravage really nicely. What it doesn't do though is guarantee that Luna dies. So he's gonna have to drop something here, I feel like. Probably the correct thing is just to straight up kill Luna. And then indeed you can kill all the creeps. 1, 2, 3, 50-50 to kill the left creep. But he's fine with that. His tower is going to suffer probably 12 damage. Plus the short sword, that could be a bit more. Okay, he's trying to protect, but it's not going to work. Wow. I'm very surprised to see Ravage come down. He's got double Hellbear Crippler in hand. All right, so Kana coming mid, trying to guarantee that he's going to be able to clear that tower. Swapping the blink. The cooldown still applies though, so we won't be able to blink again next round. I still feel like he probably would have wanted to have the Ravage for this round, but he does have initiative, so if he just manages to somehow trigger the Mjolnir, he should be able to clean this lane up. Or actually, maybe not. Bristle going on defense duty, trying to prevent mid tower from dying. There is a Wingfall Hammer. So if Venno comes here, for example, he goes up to 14 and then the Wingfall Hammer is lethal. If he comes here, that's 5 and 5, 10, and okay, so multiple ways to get lethal here. Certainly doesn't feel like the game's gonna end this round, but we're coming close to it. I think we're gonna see the Wingfall Hammer come down on the Venno. Right, Gush onto Ndianchu. Don't feel like that accomplishes a lot. The Ursa doesn't die, it's just going to be jump locked forever. Are we going to see a stun on the tide? I mean, we're gonna have to see the quill spray on the bristleback, I feel like. All right, Gatsu was going for the kill on this. It was a very convoluted kill, double gush into Thunderstorm. He can still Thunderstorm now, but it won't clean up. But the Wingfall Hammer, though. Does Kova have a third Eclipse? Or a Calder Reserves? He could have a few decent cards right now, but his deck is very creep heavy. So we might just see the creeps for the kill on mid. And unfortunately for Gatsu, this dropping this home field advantage means that Ursa's gotta... She's gotta move somewhere. That's an awkward position to be in right now. So a lot of options for Kova right now. I don't feel like he's in a great position. But he's not completely... He's not completely out of it yet, at least. We know his only item is a blink, so he's gonna struggle to do a lot of damage other than through Kana. Alright, stuns the tide. He can drop the blink on the Rubik if he wants to go for 4 damage. It just feels very underwhelming though. He's for the most part trying to keep those 6 mana up to threaten Eclipse and Annihilation, I feel like. Down comes the hammer, as expected. Keeps the Vano alive, makes it a decent trade in terms of combat damage. Right tower is going to be down to 16, to 6, excuse me. And if Gatsu retains initiative, the Thunderstorm is going to be enough to clean it up. These heroes are just so heavy on minus armor. So no initiative for Gatsu. Those last remaining cards for Kova have got to be big. He can make a good attack on mid lane right now. Zeus might be coming down to stop that though. So if he's unable to Thunderstorm on the right, he's got a decent Thunderstorm on mid. All right. Pulls the trigger on his first annihilation to prevent lane on the left to go from going down. He's going to be punished now for being denied with blue on the right, I believe. There we go. Now the blink cooldown should be gone, so if it's necessary, that kind of can go to the right. He's just not going to be able to put enough damage to end mid lane though. The him for the second time. So annoying. Wait, what? Oh, it's a spell on enchantment, okay. Doesn't trigger with creeps. I thought that would have triggered the Zeus. And I feel like Gatsu might have expected the same. So this home field advantage actually is feeling like it's just feeling like what is giving him any hope of still being in this game. Unfortunately for Kova, despite the triple hero, he's just lacking on the damage front, right? He's got a lot of defensive items. He's got a lot of defensive items, but nothing in the way of attack items. Does he play Objective Vision? No. So he's got a very, very, very defensive deck. The Venom Wards are going to come down. That's going to help him somewhat. Right, but Gatsu is mounting a attack on the Ancient, and he's preventing lethal on it right now. I didn't think I wasn't expecting to see Kova struggle to end the mid lane, but as it is. 3 creeps are going to deploy mid. We're going to see a Venom Ward on the right. And let's not forget that Tide's going to come down in a couple of rounds too. All right. So Kana's card, which is not that often very relevant, but finally providing him with the trample to finish. Both players are top decking really hard right now, so I think any sort of mass removal spell here, Thunder God's Wrath. Another Thunderstorm, a Tower Barrage. There's a bunch of cards here that do a lot of damage. Arc Bolt as well. Well, actually, yeah, Arc Bolt does a lot of work in mid. But the Zeus is already kind of doing that by itself. Let's see. There's the Arc Bolt. Stonehall Constrictor attacks for 3, not quite enough to reach. If he can just kill the Rubik. Otherwise, he's going to have to keep going for that mid damage. Does Tide have a Ravage next round? He does, actually. It's going to be huge. Is there any way that Kova switches things around, flips the tables on Gatsu, and gets those 16 final points of damage? On the right, though? Right, getting another lunar beam. If Kova gets the third eclipse, then this game is just turned upside down. He does still have a bunch of blockers here. Greevil Egg can block, but the tower's already gone. So what he really wants actually is to finish this, and he's got Broadsword for that. So I'm wondering if you drop the Stonehall Conscriptor here to block some damage. It's got regeneration. It's going to put some damage on the Luna. Let's also not forget that initiative is going to be huge because of the confrontation between Telekinesis and Ravage here. But there is a threat on lethal here. So we might have to... We might end up seeing Blink Dagger or Blink Scroll being used. Rubik is dying here. You can really see how blue is becoming the dominant color in all of its combinations, right? We've seen all the combinations but blue-black so far. And there we go. This is going to mean that Kova is going to need to move, and he's going to give initiative back to Gatsu. Yeah, also alleviates some of the damage on the right. Now Stonehall Conscriptor could come down on top of the Swordsman. The Swordsman would redeploy here. Going for that 1 damage. I feel like the players are not respecting initiative. They're both handing initiative back. I mean, I'm respecting Telekinesis, but it could be that the tide just comes down on the left, right? This tower is going to be down to 9. And it's going to be 7 plus 2 creeps. We're just going to be seeing both players drain their hands completely. A Vanomancer coming in. Both players drawing from the top is going to be an exciting end to this game. But I have to favor Gatsu right now. Also, deploying the Tidehunter onto mid might not be that bad because the Mjolnir triggers have the potential to do so much damage. Plus the Ravage, of course. But if he comes anywhere here, the Telekinesis might stun him. Okay, Blink threatens lethal on the Bristol. Yeah, players really not caring about initiative. I don't feel like he needs to protect the Bristleback here that much because he's got the Tidehunter coming in. I think he would do well to favor the initiative rather than drop the Barbed Mail. Also, Rubik is dying, actually. All right, I would have definitely played that different, but it's not to say that this is wrong. It's just another line of play. So I'm really curious to see where this Tide Hunter is going to come down. I'm going to presume on the left. There we go. Because of the Kana deploys, this means that this lane is going to be clear. He's got to drop something here. I feel like you got to put Tides somewhere where he can't predict the Anshu block. So I would tend to go here in the mid, but that's like purely RNG, so Stonehall Constrictor could put lethal on there. Luna's dying, so there is lethal here. Despite the home field advantage, it's done so much work, it's pulled so much weight for Kova. And the Stonehall Conscriptor is going to signify lethal there as well, while Bristle's Quill Spray can clean mid. So Gatsu, in fact, taking over the whole board. And that's not going to do enough. Stonehall Conscriptor on the right is important too, because this is the first lane of combat, but with only one card, I don't see what Kova can do. Call the reserves, potentially. Goes for the move on the left. All right. So that's blue-red taking over blue-green. I have no idea which game of the series this is. It might be the first one, but I think we'll find out quickly. So it looks like J Moller's one up against Underscore in the other in the first semifinal. So Mono Green presumably winning versus Mono Blue. This match we just watched is 1-1, so we're going to be seeing the end of that series. I have no idea how NiqNaq and Pero are doing. So this game went super long. We saw some big items come out. Still no tier 5 item though, but we did see the Mjolnir coming out. Interesting to note. So we're going to wait to finish off this series. Hope you guys are enjoying. We had 20 players, so the winner is going to be winning 20 bucks. Game's progressing nicely, as always. So yeah, let me know what you guys are thinking of the new version of the shop and what you're thinking of the tournament. Hopefully we get a tournament system not very far off into the future so that we can start making these things easier to register, easier to play, easier to manage from the TO side of things as well. But yeah. First knee-jerk reaction seems to be that blue has gotten much stronger over time. They've been having nice buffs, and the rework of the shop also favoring blue decks, I think, for the most part, because they were the ones generating the least gold, or generating gold the slowest, if you will. Oh, and Jay Muller taking the series versus underscore. So Jay Muller is going to be a finalist again. He won the last tournament, let's not forget. So as I say that that mono blue, or that blue, is getting stronger, the mono green master is here to show us there's still other kids on the block. All right, so let's see if Gatsu and Kova have begun again. They have. Shall we look at Kova's side this time around? That's a strong first turn play, if I've seen one. Underlord, okay. So it looks like Kova's decided to change decks, going red-green instead of blue-green. Just felt like the game crashed there for a second. There we go. Out comes the mist. Guys, if you're not playing the Magic King molds in your decks right now, please do. So the overpower coming out here means that Underlord is going to be going down to -3 armor, dying to the Ursa. That's a brutal minus armor move right there. Stonehall Cloak. Gonna imagine that's going to be coming down on this Drow, as Drow seems to be a centerpiece of these decks, of these hero buffing decks, if you will. Now we're going to see the Missive of Avernus do what it does best, but Zeus is ready here to try and fight that. So, gonna make another quick break, guys. Get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Did anyone else think that 9 just turned into a butterfly? Yeah. All right, how are things shaping up here? Ooh. All right, all right. Haven't seen this one yet. Oh, and it's cheap. That's a cheap play if I've seen one, thanks to the Stonehall conscriptor. Oh my god, what? That's... Alright. It does look like the Kova's deck switch is working out for him right now. Ravage is up for him in the mid lane. Oh, that's a Clazorim Hourglass. Haven't seen that in a while. Yeah, guys, thanks for the love. Thanks for the love. It is a lot of fun running these, so yeah, I'm happy to do it. I kind of hoped we would get more players, but 20 is fine. Hopefully we'll get more in the future. So the Ravage comes out. It's really interesting to note how red-green is out card drawing blue-red. Clear the deck would be a nice play, except there is a unbreakable column here, so they will deny the potential kill. Although it does give lethal in combat, so it might not kill directly through the damage trigger from Anchor Smash, but it will kill Tide from the combat damage. If he had a cheap creep, he could even drop a creep and an attempt to kill the Vano, but as it stands, it doesn't have enough mana for that. The captured Thunderhide also not quite enough. Alright, the Drow finally dies. But that's a very expensive kill for Gatsu. 3 cards remaining, lethal on the right, lethal on the bristle. Now he's gonna have a better time this time around in mid lane, but still this isn't looking great. Tide's gonna redeploy, and there is a clear the deck. Dark Rift as well. So I imagine we're going to see Underlord go onto the right to redeploy that, to have the threat at least of redeploying that. No. Those heroes are going to be stunned though. And there is clear the deck potential for Gatsu here. So I'm surprised he didn't put the Underlord here to threaten damage on the tower and then redeploy after a potential Ravage, but it is true he's not taking that much damage here. He's also got the option of Thunder hiding on the right, so that would be 18 plus 16. Not quite lethal, but he does have also the Warhorn, so if Kova wants to be really sneaky, he can just try to pass. Why be sneaky? Just go for it. Gatsu is very low on cards. He's got problems elsewhere as well. So I actually like this move. It's really ballsy. It is true you don't always need to have like finesse. Sometimes you just have to go for the brute force move. Plus, what can he actually like really honestly do here with red? He can't do that much. He can chump block. But Lycan is giving... doesn't he give trample? No, he doesn't. Right? That's just game. Well, so very surprised to see... I have some experience with red-green, not with Lycan decks and so on, but it's really interesting to see how this type of deck can actually keep your hand like really full a lot of the time. And since it's so good at stalling the board onto the late game, at some point it might feel like super overwhelming, specifically now when you can't get like those super expensive items like Dark Blight, Shield, like Radiance and so on to deal with those things. All right, so very good deck switch from Kova. And that's going to put Kova into the semifinals. I don't know why challenge isn't working properly, but all right. So there's a 2-1 for Kova. And I'm not sure if the other game's finished. All right, Para has won 2-0 against NiqNaq. So that's essentially both of our semifinals ready. J Moller waiting in the finals, just chilling in chat. And we're going to be able to watch the second semifinal and then the finals. So hang tight. Players are in the lobby. So who are your favorites to win this? J Moller versus Pero or the underdog Kova? Kova's got a lot of experience too, like let's not underestimate him, but Black is nowhere to be seen right now. People need time to figure out Black again. Hey Watch, how are you doing, man? All right, so I feel like I'm going to be watching the underdog here, the theoretical underdog here. I do like to see people switch decks around when they feel like they can get some strategical advantage from that, especially like in these best of threes, of course. Kova is building a deck, so he's trying to figure out what's the best approach to beat Pero. We know that he's been playing mono blue. That's his like signature deck. But I have seen him play a bunch of stuff, and I know he builds a lot of decks, so don't take it for granted that he's going to play mono blue. That looks like we're ready. Let's jump on in. So this is not something you see every day, so this is going to be some special type of tech deck. It's a 4 green, 1 red, red-green deck with Enchantress and Tidehunter. This looks like Pero's mono blue anti what's the red card? Anti-damage prevention deck. Forget what the card's called. So Objective Vision had already been nerfed. Now with the HeroScape's price going up a bit, it feels like it gets harder and harder, or at least it takes longer for you to reach that Objective Vision into HeroScape. I'm very interested to see what this Enchantress is going to be doing this game. We're certainly going to be looking to see green, red trying to like buff their heroes up out of damage reach. And I'm not sure that this mono blue, despite having the prelegs and the barracks, I'm not sure if it's well equipped to actually go higher than green, because green is so good at dealing with creeps. Now Enchant is effectively like a duel. Could be used to kill a hero here easily. And Pero looking to put some damage onto the wolf. The concussive shot is going to kill it if nothing happens. There is the option of gusting, there is the option of enchanting. This creep could kill, but he wants the board presence. He might be holding the repel for the concussive shot though. Once Pero concussive shots for initiative as his last move of the round, he can still repel the creep. Make sure the buff keeps going up, that Lycan keeps getting triggered. CM's gonna die, no items in hand for Pero. And look at the nice design of having Tide be your third hero, where it just comes down for the perfect Stonehall Conscriptor deploy. So things working out just the way that Kova would want them to. Let's see what he does here. He could save Lycan or he could save the wolf. Right, he still gets a nice trade, killing all of these creeps and the Skywrath Mage. Crystal Maiden saved by that Midas. But she does get upkeep killed unless he redeploys, so he's gonna have to redeploy over the CM. Classroom Hourglass is looking way more legit than it used to be. Especially in this deck, in this type of decks like 4-1 combination here decks where your hero lineup makes it so that often it's hard to have access to a color. You see players working around that by playing rapid deploy heroes like Anshu a lot of the time, but Classroom Hourglass actually gives you a really like viable option to be able to move that hero around. And when it's a hero like Tidehunter where it's close to unkillable, or generally takes multiple rounds to kill, it's a very good option. So I'm happy to see that. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing, presumably, yeah, the Rubik coming in to swap with the CM. Prelex coming mid again. I'm somewhat surprised by that. Now this fits really nicely onto the right slot because the damage from the Tithe Anchor Smash means that the creep will die. The Stonehall does have armor, so it does survive as well. And since this takes attack away, it survives with a decent 2 HP. So I think a bigger question for Kova this round is, do you Stonehall Cloak the Lycan because you really want him to stay alive? Or do you go for something like a Cloak onto the Drow because it's that hero that you really want to have on the table every time? I feel like it's not the end of the world if you lose Lycan. In any case, the Anchor Smash also saves Lycan, so I don't think he needs to put the Cloak there. Do keep in mind Telekinesis does reach Lycan, so he could stun Lycan if he wants as well. All right. So I obviously don't have as much experience as Kova. I feel like, all things considered, I would have liked the Drow to go out of Echo Slam reach, just make her super hard to kill. And I think, you know, everything just seems to point towards this Stonehall Constrictor coming down here. Right? He sees the Midas come down and he thinks like he doesn't want to get Mystic Flared on the Drow. He'd rather do that. And he does get punished here onto the Stonehall Cloak. So Prelax doing some work in mid. Getting those 3 big mega creeps, the barracks as well. I think we might just see the Prelax swap here. Skywrath, yeah. There we go, Skywrath coming onto it. It's gonna potentially threaten to kill Tidehunter with that -3 armor. Anyway, Kova gets a second Stonehall Cloak, and I've got to assume now that he's got to do something. All right, the spell steal onto enchant. That could do a lot of things with all these mega creeps. Yeah, just goes for the friendly fire. Very cheap friendly fire action. Interesting to see the Ravage come out, but it does present a very good situation, a very good moment to drop the Stonehall Constrictor. And then I wonder where this Stonehall Cloak's gonna drop. Potentially onto this Enchantress. You just gotta be careful with Annihilation and Echo Slam. I think the Stonehall Cloaks you want to drop really early so that you can get your heroes out of range of those big spells. But it is already round 4, so we could see an Echo Slam come down and just blow up mid. initiative on Pero-Pero's side. But I will say Kova has been dealing slow chip damage onto the towers, everything around 20, not committing too hard on any one specific lane. I gotta imagine we're gonna see Echo Slam in mid. That is so much damage. 12, 14 damage. And there it is. Now, because Pero-Pero's deck is built with the CM in mind, even these big spells don't feel like overly expensive. He basically just Echo Slammed and cleaned a hole. It was a huge Echo Slam for 4 mana, essentially. And the issue with Omni Knight is he's hard to kill, sure, but it's just very slow pressure onto the tower. So we'll see if Kova wants to keep this Roseleaf Rejuvenator to bring back or try to stall mid. I think he's going to have a hard time of it. He might be thinking of dropping this Terrapin here and healing it up. That would kill the Rubik, and Rubik does have telekinesis, so I think it's something to keep in mind. That would be important to kill him. There is, however, the Fissure, and because of that, he chooses otherwise. Awkward positioning for the Terrapin, where his effect goes on both sides. But since there's no heal for him here, I can understand that he might want to drop it a bit further away. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing the Fissure come out here. The other reason, or the other grounds to put the Terrapin here would be to block this objective vision if the Lycan dies, but just look at that rock, man. Solid. He's so full of icons, dude. There's the initiative steal, Roseleaf, and that's why people hate Rubik. Such a good hero, man. So the tables have somewhat turned right now. Kova's gonna be having a tough round now, where he's got to contest mid, but he's got a draw. He's got a draw to deploy. That's the one hero that he doesn't want to contest things with. She's not good at fighting. She's good at hiding. And I somehow cannot help but feel like that it all comes down to those Stonehall Cloak placements, where if he had placed the Stonehall Cloak on the Drow maybe a couple of rounds ago, she would have survived potentially a bit longer. I don't know if she would have survived the Friendly Fire thingy, the enchant. What is it called? Yeah, the enchant. But right now she's just fodder, man. She's gonna die, and this tower is gonna be going down, almost guaranteed. Now Kova did manage telekinesis sidestep. 1, 2, 3. That could be enough. So correct positioning there. But yeah, Roseleaf is going to be doing a good job of stalling. If another Echo Slam comes down, it's just going to be absolutely brutal. Can't help but feel that Stonehall Cloak maybe should come down here to prevent Omni from dying as well. Hey Swell, nice to see you. So I think, as is often the case, slowly but surely, things are getting tougher for Kova. He didn't get as much value. He didn't get as much value from the Stonehall Constrictor that he placed as he would have liked. And down comes the Necronomicon, prevents the CM from dying. There's still 6 mana available. Get ready to see something big happen. Right. So you might see a Rose Leaf trade there. He's still got 5 mana, so he can still Concussive Shot for initiative. Which he absolutely has to do because there's 2 big boys coming in. So keeps initiative, can stun on the left, can, if he's got Annihilation, right? Didn't see the repel. So initiative back on Kova's hands. That's going to be a beautiful clear to deck. Absolutely beautiful that's going to be. So I have to imagine we're going to see the Tidehunter come down here. Although he might see it as correct to try and fight for mid because of these last points of damage, but this just feels too good to give up. He might try to fight for the side lanes, which is it's not an ideal situation to be in a red-green deck. He doesn't play team fight. He does play Blink Daggers, but the best he could do is Hourglass, which in fact is great because he's got 2 clear to decks. Beautiful. So he guarantees this lane pretty much. There's still a Blink Scroll, but this lane is in a really good spot. He's got the Gust, so he can just drop the Clazoream on Tide, try to redeploy Tide wherever he feels like he needs to do that. I'm gonna see the Gust, Insta-Gust come out. Don't think about it. And it's a kill as well. So he's gonna have to drop the Midas here to save if he wants. And that's gonna give initiative back to Kova potentially. Oh, there's still the Clazoream to play actually. Now, this is a situation, a position where Pero really doesn't want to be, where he has no heroes coming in. Blue needs to have hero cycling. He needs to have a hero coming in every round. And that's a lot of damage from the Earthshaker, but we're going to see the Tidehunter take care of that really swiftly. Or not. Or not. So this Tidehunter positioning is actually like really important because I think this is incorrect. He's planning for the Ravage, but I think he's got to kill the Earthshaker. So if he deploys here, he can still Ravage both and clear the deck on the Earthshaker. Of course, he doesn't have initiative though, so Mana Shard isn't enough to kill Tide. If he had the Frostbite, he could potentially disarm it. I don't know. I feel like he should have deployed here. Is it for damage reasons? 2, 6, 9, 11. Plus 8, 19. I feel like he had to get rid of this Fissure and this Earthshaker. And then, okay, this is still blocking, but you have the Gush. I don't know, man. I don't know about this. I feel like this is a mistake. What can he do? Wait, what? If you're gonna drop Warhammer, don't you blink first? That's another 6. No, it's not enough, actually. No items in hand for Pero, so... he can, if he wants... No, actually, what he's got to do is just hold it this way, keep initiative, and then try to clear the deck on the right. You can still heal for some extra damage here, potentially. Feel like Pero is just gonna hold on to initiative here. And combat happens first here. But Pero is gonna have to swipe this clean to end the game and prevent lethal here, or he's gonna have to annihilate there. Echo Slam. Oh man, I hate these bugs. Echo Slam is actually enough to kill Lycan. Oh no, he's got armor. And he's got Stone Hulk Cloak as well, so... Okay, these guys are Echo Slam proof, that's good. Wait, doesn't Tide redeploy? Oh, there's a 2-round cooldown, right? Okay. So much to keep track of. Thunder Hide back. Let's not forget about mid. There's still a blink in hand, right? I think there's still a blink scroll in hand for Kova. So there's also the potential to threaten mid here with the Thunder Hide back and the Lycan. Does Rubik have telekinesis? Yes. There's going to be an important, very important deploy for Pero. I imagine we're going to see him waste all the time because this is not an easy decision to make. He's got initiative, so with Concussive Shot, he could actually Echo Slam this lane. And then if he deploys Rubik away from the Tide Hunter, he could still stun this lane as well. So he's got good options. Okay, Rubik goes mid. Screeching Harpy for Kova, that's a good draw. Alright, he gets it. That's no longer a threat, except blinking and dropping a creep. He could Screeching Harpy here, but it's not enough damage to end this game. 5 and 5 though, plus 6, 9, plus 8. Math is 16 plus the hammer. It's not going to be enough. Except, damn, but if he harpies and the Rubik ends up here, that's still really bad. 1, 2, 3 is still going to be able to stun. Man, I can't help but feel the Tide should have been here. Screeching Harpy the Earthshaker could potentially make it lethal here, but it doesn't matter because he would potentially end here. 6, 14 plus the Demagicking Maul. He's got a Screeching Harpy here. Oh no, but the Rubik. 1, 2, 3. Tough decisions. I think you Screeching Harpy the... Okay, you just Screeching Harpy this, and then you drop Thunderhide here. There's no items in hand. That's game. Kova's gonna take it. He has to do it before the Fissure. Six, 11. 11 plus 6. That's it, right? Is there Calder Reserve? Oh, 2 Calder Reserves. He's got a Screeching Harpy. Boom. Does he have a call? And if he has a call and comes with a Skywrath, then it's lethal here. Oh boy. Oh, he's gonna make him work for it. What? Okay. He's going through with it. But this is Sparrow. He always has it. If I've ever seen a player that always has it, it's Sparrow. He's got it. It's not gonna be enough, and now the Anchor Smash has been used, and there's lethal on the right, and there's absolutely nothing you can do. 6 damage, what can he do? Drop the Magicking Maul, no mana for Gush. Blinking does nothing. Yep. Pero taking it down. Good game though. Yep, that's the anguish, but you gotta press that spacebar. GG to both, so it's gonna be interesting to see if the players are gonna be switching decks now. I feel like the Tide was misplaced. If he had Tides correctly for clear the deck, he would have killed Earthshaker, and I think he would have been in a better spot. That said, he probably would have gotten stunned by the Rubik, but it's always tough. That's the whole thing with this game, is it's hard to pinpoint exactly. Yeah. The Stone Hall Cloaks, I think I felt like they were a bit off, man. It's so hard to say. When you see different lines of play, which ones the player should be following, but you gotta trust the player because it's their deck and they have the most experience with it. So we got a bunch of people in chat. If you're new to the beta, hope you're enjoying. Very early beta, so obviously a lot of things are still going to change. If you're returning, nice to see you. This is the second semifinal. We've got Jay Moller waiting to play his finals. He won the last tournament with 40 players. This one's got 20, but he's still a beast, man. That's all I gotta say. Felt like his deck got nerfed a bit in terms of the siege items and gold, but we'll see. Right, players are back at it. I think we're gonna be going towards Para this time. Can't tell if my fountain thingy is off. Whatever, I don't think you guys will notice. So I imagine this is the same list as before, but I can't actually see the decks yet. All right, it's the same list. So it might be that he feels that this is the anti-blue deck. And I think I have to think so too. I did some theory crafting myself and I thought red-green would be good against blue. I'm just not sure that it's good against other stuff, but you just gotta hit those stone halls and put all your heroes out of Echo Slam range, man. We saw how busted the Echo Slams were. The 2 Echo Slams he did were super massive, super massive. And your heroes are actually rarely completely safe. But once you get to that 12, 14, 15 HP range, then you can be fairly confident that your opponent can't do much. Pero getting like... Wait, he's playing a different list now. He's gone towards Ogre. So no Skywrath, he's got an Ogre now, and of course double Foresight, so he's going to be drawing a hell of a lot of cards. So already double Ignite onto Vano, onto Ogre. If you haven't seen this before, Ignite deals 1 damage to the closest enemies and gives them +1 decay. This card combos super well with Venomancer, because Venomancer's Poison Sting ability means that once he deals damage, it's going to give +1 decay. That means that there's going to be every upkeep 2 units getting basically a damage and 2 decay, which is huge. Alright, Midas comes down, makes the Ogre even beefier. And now you see the power of this Ignite onto Vano. Lycan's trading is going to be potentially an upkeep kill because of the Vano ward plus the Ignite damage. Pretty bad start for Kova. He's going to have to redeploy here to save the Enchantress. So Pero not leaving him any deployment options. I imagine we're going to see Rubik come onto the Vano. There we go. It's going to be a 50-50 whether Enchantress dies. Okay, she survives. But of course, blue has initiative, as it always does. There could be the potential for a stun here. All right, getting the Tithe out of its positional advantage onto the side. And Enchantress is going to die, no items into Kova's hand. And... oh. Okay. All things considered, he would have preferred the Ogre to come onto the left. Objective Vision... that's not an ideal positioning for Objective Vision, but... important thing is that he's spending his mana. And to be fair, there is Ravage coming up, and this is out of Ravage range now. So you gotta assume that red-green is the beatdown in this matchup. It's just a slow beatdown deck that tries to buff its heroes up to prevent them from dying to the blue damage spells. But the way this game's playing out... I mean, it's round 4. Pero is looking like he's starting to take over, if I'm honest. He's winning in terms of the damage race onto the left. It's similar onto the mid, except there's 2 heroes of Venom Ward against the side Tide. And okay, he's winning right. There's a bunch of chump blocking things. Echo Slam. would be able to kill all these three. He's rather going for the upkeep damage, and there is a Necro to save that, so can't imagine that he's too worried. This is looking really good for Para. Min Stretch, thanks for the follow, man. So he Echo Slammed on the right, looks like. I was not paying attention for a second there. He's still holding on to those 2 foresights. He doesn't even need them. So I gotta think things are not looking so good for Kova. I can't figure out exactly what he needs to get out of this. That Ogre's hitting for 13. Rubik goes down, but does it even matter though? Para's just taking over all 3 lanes right now. And he's still got a reset button in Annihilation, he's still got chump blocking action. And if that weren't enough, he would still be able to draw two cards twice, potentially multicasting that later on if he wants. I don't think he wants to pop those off now because he would overdraw. So this is just an upkeep killing deck, huh? All right, Tide gonna be redeploying here. I just don't know. He's winning in all the metrics. He's winning in tower damage, in card advantage, in items. I can't see how Kova turns this around. Oh, indeed, Tide. All right, the red-green hero is sticking around. Tide gets to redeploy, but he's gonna have to pull some heavy weights now. Not the ideal shop presentation. He upgrades, doesn't really get anything exciting there. Didn't have a lot of gold to work with either. Enchantress gonna take 3 upkeep damage plus minus decay. She's just gonna be dead by the end of the round, most likely. I gotta imagine Tidehunter wants to deal with that ogre. Does he have a clear the deck though? He's got initiative for once. Yo, Pit! Cheers for the follow, man. There's not much that he can do with 18 gold either. I don't know if the shop is showing the post shopping gold or the pre, but I mean, Kova's deck is so anti-blue that it's even playing the Divine Purpose, which feels too expensive to me to be good. All right. Oh, I miscounted. Oh yeah, of course, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, never mind. So he doesn't have clear the deck. If he's ravaging, that means he doesn't have a clear the deck. Otherwise, he would have just killed it. He's still taking lethal onto the right and not progressing sufficiently fast on the left. And that's just going to delay it even further now because he was having trouble dealing with that creep. So he felt like it was worth it to pull the plug. And I think Pero is happy just keeping initiative here. What is he considering here? Oh, he really wants the card draw? I kind of feel like he doesn't need that. Got lucky there, I guess. Filthy mono blue players, man. There comes the repel. Fights back. The question is if it's gonna be enough. If Lycan comes here, Echo Slam kills everything. I don't think Lycan wants to come here anyway. You should probably want to come left. But there is a second annihilation either way, so it doesn't even need to Echo Slam. The Echo Slam would be the best option because of that objective vision. You could drop the Rubik into here and would still be able to grab the Tithe. Yeah, goes for it. This game's gonna hinge on this mid lane because of this objective vision. Ravage is down. He could have Gust. There's a bunch of options, but if this ogre clears this, the game's over. All right, finally it comes out. Right, Rubik does his thing. I'm not sure if he's got any cheap, if Kova's got any cheap creeps to drop here. We'll find out. Yeah, he does. That's good, not exactly lethal, but he does have a bunch of chump blocking things too. Yeah, there's the other objective vision. I imagine we're going to see the chump blocking Veno. Oh, right. 13, 15. Tar Barrage doesn't quite kill. Path of the Wise would kill Tide, but he is dying either way. 16 damage. Looks like Kova taps the floor in submission. Even though Pero isn't going to be able to just end the game right now. Haven't been paying much attention to chat, sorry, because of the delay. Haven't had time to play in almost a month. Anything drastically new since then? Yes, a bunch of things have changed. So there are they're not multicolor cards. There are cards with effects that get stronger if you have a second color in the lane. And there's a reworked shop, so everything's changed in terms of economy in the game right now. And there has been a boost towards playing two colors, which is much welcome, I feel like. But yeah, the best players still seem to be playing mono blue, seems to be the pillar of the format right now. And then there's a bunch of variations floating around it and anti-counter decks. But again, there was a patch 2 days ago, so it's early days. Right, Thunderstorm here would kill 2 heroes. I imagine we're going to see the Annihilation come out here. Annihilation effectively costing 4 here because of the CM. Okay. Out it comes. So Kova not quite submitting. He thought that the CM was going to end the game, but it wasn't just quite there. 5 mana remaining. That puts Enchantress out of range. Imagine we're going to see this Necro drop onto this Surf Shaker. Fisher could help pre-deploy CM onto the right potentially, or onto the left. It's going to be 20. So this would be enough to end there. Tidehunter coming in without a Ravage. He's going to go for the throat with the Rose Leaf Steel. Is that going to be enough? So the tower had 4 regen and 1 HP. Am I missing something? Oh, the creep. Yeah, of course. He lost the 1 damage from the creep. I guess we both miscounted. The play looked like it made sense, but I was ignoring the damage from the creep. Boom. Yeah, so despite everything, Kova still has to contend with having only 1 hero coming in. He would love to end this tower, but he's got to come here because otherwise CM's going to end the game. And in fact, CM could come here and end the game on this side, if I'm not mistaken. As could Ogre. So yeah, he's between a rock and a hard place. He's gonna have to stop both lanes. Well, in fact, 3 lanes. I don't see how that's possible. Oh, hey Halt, Bookman. So what Ogre does, he's got multicast. So every couple of rounds you can repeat the spell that you play with him. His card is called Ignite and deals 1 damage to the 2 closest enemy and gives them +1 decay. But yeah, these blue heroes are buffed to hell with effects like Ignite and Objective Vision and the combo with Heroescape. So effectively, he even sidesteps the Tide. He's putting lethal on all towers. there's just nothing that Kova can do here. The game just started off relatively poorly and he never got a grasp into it again. So props to Para. Okay, maybe I should shut up. Can he put a comeback here? Can he put up a comeback? I mean, I don't think there's a way in hell that he can, but... Kova could have repelled Crystal a few turns ago? Okay, I missed it. Alright, so that's Pero taking the win, guys. Which means we have Pero versus J Mauler in the finals. That's gonna be hype. Let's see if the players want a quick break or if they want to just keep going. Just trying to figure out if Pero wants a quick break. J Mauler's been waiting for an hour, but if Pero wants a quick break before going to the finals, I think that's completely fine. Oh, they're already in lobby? Alright. No, he's not. Why is he in lobby? Alright. What? Nope. Alright, so I think we're gonna watch Mauler's perspective and we'll switch around. We'll make the old switcheroo. It looks like J Mauler needs a reset. Right, so as they reset the game and shit, I'll gonna take a quick break myself, but I guess I'll wait for them to jump in. Right, if you guys have any like suggestions or something for the next events, let me know. I feel like most people this week just felt like watching and not playing. Fair enough. Shop is quite new and stuff. Some people just like to take other people's decks and play, not deck build. Yeah, probably look to make another one of these in somewhere in November. We'll see. We will see. All right. Ooh, what? Are you what? This must be a misclick. I think. Does Jim Waller want a new lobby? What? The Wingfall Hammer mono red. Oh shit. Everyone is trying to counter Pero's mono blue. I'm sure these guys have been playing. Yeah, this is a best of 3. So I'm sure these guys have played a bunch, green versus blue. So if Mauler is switching, it's because he definitely doesn't believe in his green deck against mono blue. So this is going to be interesting to see. Gonna be very interesting. That said, I'm gonna leave you guys for a sec. I'll be right back. All right. What is going on? All right. Looks like Pero is doing a good job of stalling mid, if nothing else. Veno's alive, that's big. No items in hand for J-Mauler right now. The path going on. Okay, card parity. I see an objective vision there. That's a strong play. Denies the Veno, denies the Midas Greaves. Sets up nicely. Notice that Pero doesn't have any deploys next round. This is big. There's going to be a doggy coming in. There is the option of stunning here, so you can force the... There we go. Denies a bit of damage, but the combat has already happened there. Next round is going to be a big swing here. Double edge. Double edge. I believe we're going to be seeing the Fisher here to make sure that he has a deploy onto here. Right. Gets the free foresight. And J-Mauler, if nothing else, can guarantee the initiative at the end of round. All right, steals the no hesitation. That's a big one to steal, really big one to steal. And he can make another one if he wants. Which I assume he's gonna do because it's ephemeral otherwise. All right, he can steal it if he feels like it. Problem here is gonna be he doesn't have any tools to kill the CM. Ursa is going to be coming in. I have to assume she's going to be coming into the mid lane. He's got the option of getting Broadsword and Midas if he wants. He might choose to upgrade here. Nope. So CM's going to have to deploy onto here to survive. Because of this Ravage. Pero has drawn 3 extra cards. So good odds that he's holding on to an Annihilation. Although he's only playing the 2. Echo Slam will kill everything but the Tide. Although if he plays Call of the Wild, then it will... No, actually it will not kill the Tide. So defining moment here, because J-Mauler doesn't get anything that can kill this CM. This is gonna be a potentially huge blowout. Right, he acknowledges that he can't prevent it, so imagine we're gonna see the Annihilation come out here. Or potentially, since Pero knows that there's no way that he can stop this now, he can first try to activate the Arcane Aura ability. So we might see him play something else in another lane. Okay, doesn't have the Annihilation, but that's the first Echo Slam coming out. Time to drop those unbreakable columns somewhere, I presume. J-Mauler's hand isn't looking great, man. Also, the double edge isn't really doing much right now. At least the Broadsword can guarantee the kill on the Rubik and prevent another Midas Greaves activation. He could also still use this quill spray if he wants to get a bit more damage through, because he's done a poor job of doing that until now. No deploys coming in for Mauler. Yeah, chat is saying he could have potentially replaced the Tide. That is true. Would have given him a redeploy, a nice redeploy onto mid. He's going for the damage. And as much his strength grows, but unfortunately it's just not growing enough, because look at his hand right now. And it just doesn't translate into enough damage to make Pero feel threatened. So with so much card advantage, Pero is gonna be feeling super, super good right now. He's actually winning the damage race right now as it stands. Okay, this tower is low, but I'm not sure what's going on here. I feel like this is bugged. Okay, we're quickly gonna... I think the spectating crashed there. I guess we were just waiting for the deploy. But I didn't get the message. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, Pero is just saying in chat that the game froze. Down goes the poor Tide, and if you're a J Mauler fan, you gotta be scratching your head right now. Ooh. Oh man. And it even gets the multicast, not that it matters, but let's not forget he's holding on to double, no hesitation. He's not doing a lot of damage, but he's getting nice trades. And this Bristol is just stuck here, dude. This is feeling really, really bad for J Mauler. You gotta wonder if he's gonna be considering a deck change right now. Right, Mauler can still drop the broadswords to steal the initiative if he wants. All right. Not completely sure that's... I'm just not completely sure that this is a correct into the fray, because he's gonna have the Tithe Hunter coming in another round, and then he would want to really have that initiative. So it's hard to really assess if it was really necessary, because he can't really punish now unless he draws something. I'm gonna say this is looking very one-sided. Spirit Swordsman, not the draw he needed. Not that I know what he needed right now, because what exactly did he need? I feel like his way back into this game would be big time items, but how do you even reach that? Now, the path is doing a good job of pushing some damage through, but even then I'm not so sure it's going to be enough. There's still a telekinesis if he wants to push the creep and stun there. Right? Trample time. Basically trying to get this Bristleback to do something. Let's not forget that J Mulder really wants initiative, but now it's kind of too late. This lane's going down. He still would like initiative, though. I think that's his way to come back into this game. Right. Pushing onto lethal on all these heroes, this is really important. There we go. Gets shut down. And now he's got a big decision. Let's see if Pero can steal back initiative. Does he have an Arcane Assault? He only plays the one. His whole board is basically stunned right now. Oh boy. And notice how the interaction between Trample and the Fissure Rocks works, where it's super frustrating that because the rocks have damage immunity, none of the damage actually tramples. So very frustrating to get fissured right there. So yeah, Tithe is basically his saving grace. He's gonna need Tithe to take one lane. I can't figure out exactly what is the correct play. Like, I could understand the Tithe coming here. On the other hand, it's such good value to bring it over here. The problem is that regardless, there's a Blink Dagger here and a Blink Scroll in hand, so even getting the clear the deck here doesn't guarantee that you're gonna take it. He can stun everything, but then a nice placed blink will just kind of deny everything. And let's not forget there's still double no hesitation. Ooh. Brutal. And if he can just get... He doesn't have any more items, but if he could just get a bit more damage here, the no hesitation could also just threaten Ancient kill. Just gonna end it. Blink scroll. That's good enough. Oh, we did have another item, actually. All right, GG. Pero taking it. I think he didn't even break a sweat, man. He didn't even break a sweat. Time for J Muller to get out another counter deck, because this one did a poor job. Did a very poor job of trying to do what it's designed to do. So match point here for the tournament title for Pero. This could be the end of it. And I think we're going to be watching Pero now. They just went straight into it. And he's forcing the mono red again. He believes that's his best option. You can't help but feel like this mono red version is lacking some sort of kill mechanism, like a duel or something like this. I would kind of like to see an LC here. But I can't say for sure what was the concrete idea behind the design. So it could indeed be that it was just a bad start for J Muller. And when blue gets a good draw, it's just tough. All right, Pero using the Dark Bolt to guarantee that he gets the lane buildup. And the Ignite comes out. Are you guys going to be able to... All right, it's playing very aggressive now. Maybe that's what he wants. Maybe that's what he wants all along. And yeah, these little Greevils and the foresights and so on. Just look at the size of this hand compared to J Muller's hand. If he keeps this up, he's gonna run out of gas, run out of steam really, really fast. There is a mall here for the Vano. I imagine we're gonna be seeing the Ignite be coming down on the Vano because it's so backbreaking. Thunderstorm though. He's gonna wait for the Call of the Wild to come down. I kind of also feel like if his plan is to go super hard on being aggressive with double edge and so on, then maybe you're better off putting Tithe as your third position and getting a more aggressive tower hitter in here, because this just looks bad. This just looks bad. He also doesn't have a lot in terms of buffing heroes. He doesn't play Veterans Insight. Absolutely brutal. Just absolutely brutal. And that's a Veno lane if I've seen one. Path of the Bolt is gonna drop. And he takes back initiative. This is beginning to feel like a fast 2-0, guys. Objective vision at the ready. Rubik coming in with initiative and the telekinesis. And J Mauler can't even fight for all 3 lanes. He's only got 1 hero coming in. So he's going to be able to... Oh, excuse me, I forgot there was an Ursa here. So he is able to fight for all 3 lanes. Bristle contesting the Vano, as only he can do. Is it going to be enough, though? Ursa stuns the Tide, gets stuck into a position that she very much dislikes. At least Tide can make up for that. Imagine we're going to be seeing the objective vision come out on the Earthshaker, though. All right, that sets up nicely for the kill there. He's just investing so much, though, into just trying to keep up. That's the problem here, really. He's not achieving his game plan, he's just trying to slow down Pero's game plan, feels like. That's really not where you want to be. You want to be putting blue... You want to be putting blue into a tremendous amount of pressure. That said, though, he's got the double Midas, so maybe that's his path to win this game, right? We said that last game as well. If he reaches these big ending items, I think then he might be able to, like, you know, swipe some lanes empty and actually do proper tower damage. One of those Midas is going to get denied, but that's by that stolen viscous nasal goo, though. And Veno also denying the... Right, that's a big hit. So he's finally... achieving something, but again, it just feels underwhelming. That's all. He's gonna have to replace that bristle as well, though. Yeah, Pero looking to redeploy that Rubik. Again, blue needs to be cycling heroes. If I'm honest, most decks should be cycling heroes, but because of the threat of Annihilation, because of the threat of Echo Slam, blue really wants to keep having initiative and cycle heroes. You can't really play without having a hero in a fountain. Plus, doing that sets you up really nicely to have nice trades on the Annihilations, and there's the second Annihilation as well. He gets it now. Ravage is up, but Tide is once again in a suboptimal position. Can J Mauler keep producing gold? Looks like that CM is gonna die. I don't think he can do much to stop that. I think he would probably like to drop some, like, does he have, if he has a Stonehall Conscriptor or something, maybe a Swordsman, if he could drop something here, clean these creeps and get rid of this objective vision activation. Not a bad round for J Mauler here. Alright, can't prevent this, so he's losing on the damage trade here. But he does get initiative if Pero doesn't want it this round. think we're gonna have to see J Mauler redeploy some of his heroes here to prevent a big annihilation. Alright, he bounces his own ogre. I'm kind of surprised to see that despite everything, I feel like J Mauler is slowly crawling back up. Okay. 3 versus 3 cards, all towers relatively equal. So I painted kind of a negative image of his game situation, but I gotta say it's potentially not that bad. This deployment's gonna be absolutely crucial here. Feel like you gotta redeploy this this Beastmaster, potentially this Tide as well. Maybe not. We've got a potentially good annihilation here. Although if you do notice, because of the stolen nasal goo, this is actually a bad trade for J Mauler here. Yeah. The top deck Thunderstorm means that Ursa isn't going to do anything. And Bristle is still incapable of keeping up here. I feel like every single round, blue just has a way to steal initiative. All right, all right. The items come. All right, all right. Looking better. There is a visual bug, guys, so we don't see when the opponent has items in hand as a spectator. But this is looking much, much better. Initiative passively onto Peropero's side now. So it's going to be very important to see where this centaur comes down, as Pero might choose to annihilate. Or telekinesis into stun. Such an awkward position here, where you have the Ravage, but you can't stop this Earthshaker, and the Earthshaker is just winning the lane easily. Easily. So deploying 2 heroes here and here means that he's not going to want to annihilate these lanes. Just looking to block some damage and put slightly additional more pressure onto the lane. He can stun and push this Bristle onto the side here. There you go. That's going to represent 5-6 damage and a kill on the Bristle. Right, the Prime Roar comes down. Buying some time. Ooh. Didn't even think about that. Although, of all lanes, this is the least valuable lane for him to smash right now. And with Vano there, with the Ignite right now, I think Ursa can't even bear to just go in there because where can she go? Yeah. This bodes really well. Ursa can't come here. If she does, she's gonna die to the Ignite and Path upkeep. This lane still looks like a decent annihilation, if I'm honest. So the game's slipping away from J-Mauler's hands again. So yeah, it just shows you like how mono blue is great in a good player's hands. Very dominating right now. Whoever wins this game, this match, it's going to be the 4th tournament in a row that is won by a monocolor deck. Despite, you know, the higher variety in 2-color decks I think we've seen today throughout the tournaments, still mono still the preferred choice of competitive players. And I have to assume we're going to be seeing an annihilation mid right now. Although it does have a fissure. It doesn't have a straightforward way of killing Ursa. All right, and another unbreakable column that's going to deny him the pings on the Ursa, as well as the combat damage. So actually really big unbreakable column there, but again, that's just the least important lane right now. Yeah, takes a trade. And I gotta imagine we're just gonna see Pero keep initiative now. He's taking a tower. He's gonna be able to... Ooh. He's gonna be able to bring Veno into mid now. And still keep initiative if he wants. 3 cards left in both players' hands. That tower took DK damage, so it is gonna die regardless. Okay, takes the initiative back. If he has another Primal Roar, he can stun the Venom. But yeah, there is a Blink Scroll problem right now. So Pero is still in a very leading, commanding position here. Doesn't get presented with the best items, but can't believe he's too worried about that. A lot of gold for J-Mauler though. Let's see if this is finally the round where he manages to hit maybe a Mjolnir. Mjolnir, no hesitation, would be one way of potentially getting back or preventing losing right now. Although he does need to prevent further damage into mid. while trying to sweep this lane clean. That's not going to be an easy task. Does he have a no hesitation? And he spent a bunch of gold, so gotta believe that he's hit the Mjolnir right now. It would be an amazing turn to hit Mjolnir, because he could kill the Rubik and prevent the telekinesis on the right. Considering all these options, because he can't take a wrong step right now. Seems like he's unsure what the correct play is. Path of the Bold. Ooh, that doesn't feel like what he needed there. Yep. So Grieveleg can come down. Blink Scroll would add some damage. So Blink Scroll with CM plus the Magicking Maul plus the Grieveleg. It seems like this game's over, guys. Pero has got the win in his hands. Yeah. Jay Mulder really tried to get those last 10 points of damage on the right, but there's just going to be an instant blink into mid. Drop the Magicking Maul, go down to 3 mana, drop the Greevil Egg, and that's going to be a perfect 10 damage onto the tower. And without having team fight, without having the Spring Trap, there's no way that Red can deal with this. And I don't think Jay Mauler even expects this, but this game's over. GG and congratulations to Pero. Amazing performance as always. We wouldn't have expected anything else from him. I would say easily the best player in the beta right now. Or the most dominating one. He's been sitting at... Oh, he did have the no hesitation. He chose not hesitate in mid. Wow. Okay. Fair enough. There were multiple iterations to how that could have played out, because obviously Pero had the blink. In any case, congratulations to Pero. Amazing performance by him. So he takes 20 bucks home. And he's the winner of the 4th tournament that I organize. What to say? Mono Blue, the first deck to take the 2 wins in my tournament series. Very deserving. Congratulations to both of them. Jay Mauler won the last tournament, so not a bad performance at all. I want to thank you guys for stopping by and watching. Thanks for supporting my channel and all that stuff. Thanks for supporting the game. Yeah, looking forward to see how things keep progressing. And yeah, I don't know. Congratulations, claps to Jay Mauler and Pero. Hope to see all of you around. If you're interested, check out my YouTube channel for videos on Artifact Beta. And I'm going to be posting deck lists on Twitter, so you can ! decks if you want to check the decks later, !DC if you want to go onto my Discord, and !YT for YouTube. Do follow and subscribe because that helps me a bunch. And yeah, love you guys. Thanks for sticking around. And keep long hauling. I will raid someone once the delay is through and everything is settled here. All right, so peace and love, guys.